Tonight, we step into 200 BC on the Syrian coast. A palace kiln in Ugarit, a scribe at the last letter, the smoke already visible from the sea. Dim the lights, settle in, and let's ease into tonight's journey. Somewhere around 200 BC, 50 civilizations went to sleep and never woke up. The Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the palace cities of the Levant and the Aegean. In the span of a single human lifetime, every one of them ended. No warning, no explanation, just silence and ruins. Archaeologists still can't fully explain why. In what must have been the last hour of the palace kiln at Ugarit, a scribe was pressing the damp clay of a panicked letter about enemy ships on the coast. The tablet was still wet when the city burned. Whoever was holding that letter never finished reading it. His name is Aplu. That's not his real name. We don't have the scribe's real name, but we have his tablet, and we know the kind of man he had to be. Trained from childhood in cuneiform in Akkadian. Probably in 2 or 3 other scripts besides his own. A professional. 35, maybe 40. Smudges of wet earth on his fingers from the stylus. Olive oil lamp on the table. The sound of his reed on the clay is the loudest thing in the room. It's the spring of around 1185 B. Circa Ugarit is one of the richest cities in the eastern Mediterranean. A port on the Syrian coast where ships from Cyprus, Crete, and Egypt come in and out on a rhythm that has held steady for 300 years. The palace storerooms are piled with jars of grain and oil. The scribes in other rooms, just like Aplu's, keep records of all of it. Every ingot, every measure of barley, every head of livestock. The palace is not just a building. It's the heart of a machine that feeds the army, funds the temples, and directs the labor of farmers in the fields outside the walls. And tonight, the machine is in trouble. Hold on to that phrase, the machine. We'll come back to what happens when it stops. The letter he's pressing into the clay is a message from the king of Ugarit to the king of Hattusha on Cyprus. My father, behold, the enemy's ships came. They have burned my villages and done evil things in my country. The palace's small kiln, built into the wall of the archive, used every day to bake tablets into permanent record, is already hot. Aplu isn't trembling, he's a professional. But the words themselves have a weight. They're heavier than the clay they're pressed into. Here's the strange part. This particular letter never made it out of the kiln. Archaeologists would find it in 1929, still inside the fired layer, still baking when the roof came down on top of it. It records a panicked plea for ships that never arrived. Ugarit burned sometime in the next few days, and then it never rebuilt. Not in the next generation, not in the next century, not ever. We'll come back to Aplu when the city burns. For now, he's still writing, and the sea is still quiet. Step back from the room for a second. Ugarit is one knot in a thread that runs across the whole eastern Mediterranean, and the thread is made of commerce, of diplomacy, of obligation. It ties the Hittite king in the Anatolian highlands to the pharaoh in the Nile Delta. It ties the Mycenaean warlords on the Greek mainland to the copper mines of Cyprus. The Hittite king doesn't call the pharaoh of Egypt brother for nothing. They have a treaty etched on a tablet of pure silver. Their children have married. Their messengers travel constantly between Hattusha and Pyrameses, carrying letters of greeting, of complaint, of the proper protocol for a royal visit. They write about dowries, about border disputes, about their health, about their hunting trips, about a particular kind of rare wood one of them wants for a new piece of furniture. It's easy to misread this world as slow. It isn't. The ships are constant. The caravans plod along dusty roads in pulses that match the harvest calendar. Tens of thousands of clay tablets are stacked on wooden shelves in the archive at Hattusha alone. Laws, myths, prayers, household accounts, a library of a civilization, written in stone like clay. In Pylos, on the west coast of the Peloponnese, Mycenaean scribes are cataloging wheels for chariots, bronze armor, allotments of perfumed oil for the gods. In Egypt, scribes are writing on papyrus in a script that dances across the page like birds, and reeds and small human figures. The pharaoh is a living god who guarantees cosmic order. The annual Nile flood is predictable and life-giving. The sense of permanence is absolute. And then, in the span of a single human lifetime, every palace in this map will be gone. Not one, not two, every one of them. 50 cities destroyed, writing itself lost across most of the region for 400 years. The scribes, the records, the treaties of brotherhood, the ration tablets, gone. Archaeologists have a name for the pattern now, the Late Bronze Age collapse. But a name is the closest they've come to an answer. I keep coming back to the kiln at Ugarit. The tablet was still wet when the fire that was supposed to harden it turned into the fire that buried it. Somebody meant that letter to survive. Somebody meant it to reach Cyprus by fast ship. Whoever was holding it, in the last hour, expected to finish the day. That's the world we're inside tonight. A world about to stop writing. A world about to lose the names of its own kings. A world about to forget. For 4 centuries, how to cut stone the way it had been cut. Tonight, we're going to walk through how that happened, city by city, piece by piece. And then, because no one else really covers it, we're going to walk out the other side, into the long darkness after, into what a farmer ate in a valley where the palace had been forgotten. Into the 400 years of quiet before a child. Far at the end of this story, learned to read again, but not in the same script her great-great-grandmother had known. For now, Aplu is still at his table. The lamp is still steady. The reed still moves. To understand what was about to fall, you have to understand how heavy it was and how interdependent. That's easier to feel when you look at a ship. In 1982, off the southern coast of Turkey, near a promontory called Uluburun, a sponge diver named Mehmed Çakır noticed strange metal shapes at the bottom of the cliff. He was about 150 feet down. He reported the shapes to the nearest museum. When archaeologists got down to the site, what they found was a merchant ship. It had sunk around 1320 BC, roughly a century before the world we're talking about ended. It had been lying quietly on the seabed the whole time. The cargo was astonishing. 10 tons of copper, cast into a specific shape called an ox-hide ingot, a flat slab with 4 handle-like corners, about the weight of a small child per piece, easier to carry across a dock. 1 ton of tin. Tin is the rare ingredient in bronze. Without it, the entire weapons and tool economy of the late Bronze Age doesn't exist. There was glass in ingot form, a substance so specialized it had to come from Mesopotamia. There were ebony logs from sub-Saharan Africa, ivory from elephants and hippos, ostrich eggs, Canaanite amphorae filled with resin and olives and dried fish, a gold scarab inscribed with the name of the Egyptian queen Nefertiti, already an antique when the ship went down, worn on a chain. George Bass, an archaeologist at Texas A&M who led the Uluburun excavations for the better part of a decade, called the ship a time capsule. But what it really is an argument. The ship is an argument that by 1300 BC, nobody in the eastern Mediterranean was living in a self-contained economy anymore. The copper came from Cyprus. The tin came from Afghanistan or Central Asia. The ebony came from Africa. The gold came from Egypt. The amphorae came from Canaan. The ship itself was built in a shipyard somewhere on the Syrian or Lebanese coast. On one voyage, on one ship, traveling a single 300-mile loop, the Uluburun carried goods from at least 9 different cultures. If you've ever had a power outage long enough that your refrigerator stopped working, you know the next discovery. Everything in the pantry turns out to depend on something else. The coffee needs the electric grinder. The grinder needs the hand wash sink. The sink, it turns out, needed the water heater down the hall. You've brushed against what this ship means. Interdependence is invisible until it stops. Imagine the room at the bottom. Cedar timbers, 20 or so amphorae still stacked in the hold. The cargo of copper laid out in the hull like loaves in an oven. The sea is perfectly cold and perfectly still. A single octopus has made its home in one of the jars. The fish that live at that depth are silver and slow, Sound at that depth is thickened by pressure. A dropped tool makes a sound like a distant bell, slow and deep. The ship went down in calm water. Nobody knows why. Maybe a sudden storm. Maybe a leak from a bad repair. The world that sent the Uluburun out kept going without it for a while, then collapsed. And then, 25 centuries later, we hauled the ship up and laid its contents out on a museum floor in Bodrum. Only then did we begin to understand what had actually been moving across the Mediterranean in a given week. One of the things on that ship was tin from somewhere on the other side of the continent. In 1200 BC, when the cities start falling, one of the first things that disappears is access to that tin. Which means, within a generation, nobody can make new bronze tools in the old way. Which means the plows start breaking and the farmers can't replace them. Which means, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's the loop we'll close when we get to chapters 11 and 13, and the child who relearns a letter that isn't bronze at all. For now, the ship is still at the bottom. The sea is still quiet. The copper is still shaped like oxides. Here's the detail that gets me about the palace economy. The scribes weren't writing literature. They weren't writing history. In Linear B, in Mycenaean Greek, on tens of thousands of tablets at Pylos and Knossos and Mycenae, what they were writing was lists, inventories, receipts. One tablet from the palace of Nestor at Pylos on the west coast of the Peloponnese reads, and this is paraphrasing because the Linear B script is compact, 30 rowers to go to Pleuron. That's the whole tablet. 30 rowers, going to a specific town across the water. John Chadwick, the British classicist who helped decipher Linear B in the 1950s, called these tablets the paperwork of a state preparing for something. He compiled the big document collection, Documents in Mycenaean Greek, a decade later. The something is the thing none of the tablets are allowed to say out loud. Probably an enemy, probably a defense. The tablets were unfired. That's the strange part. Linear B tablets aren't hardened clay. They're damp clay receipts that would normally be kept for a month or a year and then thrown out. We only have them because the palace burned with the tablets still on the shelves. The fire that destroyed the administration accidentally fired the bureaucracy into permanent record. When the smoke cleared, thousands of sun-dried scraps had become, for the first time in their existence, durable. This is what a palace economy looked like from the inside. It's not what a modern state looks like. There are no markets as we understand them. There are no merchants who own their own goods in the Mycenaean palaces. The palace owns the flocks. The palace owns the grain. The palace owns the perfumed oil that is sent in small measured doses to particular temples on particular days. Every sheep is counted by name of the shepherd who tends it. Every measure of barley is tracked through the kitchens. A woman who spins wool is listed by her craft and her household, not by her own name. The economy is a single hand closed around a single lever, and the lever is the palace. The engineer's word for this kind of system is brittle. It works beautifully as long as the hand stays on the lever. But if the lever breaks, there's no distributed market to pick up the slack. There's no private grain merchant willing to sell you bread at a markup during the famine. There's no village shoemaker operating outside the palace system. There's just the palace. And when it stops, everything downstream of it stops at the same moment. It's worth pausing on what that means for the people in the fields. The farmer who lives 8 miles from Pylos in a small village hasn't thought about the palace in weeks. He's thinking about the barley. He's thinking about whether the grandmother will recover from the cough. He doesn't know that the scribe at the palace has started rationing the wool allotment. The sheep counts are down. The shepherds in the southern pastures didn't bring in the full flocks this spring. Something has been happening out there, and nobody understands it. If this system breaks, the farmer won't know for weeks. He'll find out in the shape of a soldier arriving at his door asking for grain he doesn't have. When you wake at 2 a.m. and panic about the fragility of some system at your own job, you've brushed against the way the palace system felt in the last year of its life. The team that only works because one person hasn't left yet. the tool that only works on one laptop, the pipeline held together by a script someone wrote years ago. You already know part of this. The world is held together by invisible threads. You only find out where the threads are when one of them snaps. In the Linear B tablets from Pylos, the final layer of records includes something unusual: a coastal watch, men posted at specific points along the shore. A rower, named in the list, dispatched to a lookout tower, a word that shows up for the first time in the Pylos bureaucracy, opatros. It means approximately keeping watch on the sea. Nobody had written that word into the palace accounts before. Someone was watching. And then the palace burned and the tablets became history. A century and a half before the cities burned, a different kind of record was being kept. At a place called Amarna, in the Egyptian desert, the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten built himself a new capital. For about 20 years, he gathered there nearly 400 clay tablets from foreign courts. Letters, mostly written in Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the age. They were found in a small room in 1887 by a peasant woman digging for fertilizer. She sold them to neighbors. Most ended up in museums. The Amarna letters are, to my mind, the most intimate things we have from the late Bronze Age. They are how kings talk to each other. Not in speeches carved on temple walls, those are for the public. In letters. Kings called each other brother. A king of Babylon writes to Akhenaten, "Is it not proper between brothers that gifts should be exchanged?" Then, apologetically, he had heard the pharaoh was ill. He was sorry to hear that. He was sending small gifts of lapis lazuli. One letter in particular tends to stay with me. It's catalogued as EA 147, a man named Abi Milku, king of Tyre, a small coastal city-state on what is now the Lebanese coast, is writing to Akhenaten. Tyre is under siege. The enemy is at the walls. Abi Milku's own brother has, it seems, gone over to the enemy side. He writes, "I fall at the feet of my Lord, my God, my son, 7 times and 7 times. 7 times." And then he adds, because that's not quite enough, and 7 times again. The register is formal, but the content underneath is desperate. He is asking for ships. He is asking for grain. He is asking for any sign that Egypt remembers him. William Moran, an American scholar who spent decades translating and editing the Amarna corpus into a single English volume, the Amarna Letters, once pointed out that these aren't the letters of equals. Egypt is the superpower. Egypt is not answering most of them. Small states are writing upward into silence. But even the great kings, the Hittite king, the Babylonian king, the Mycenaean king, are writing with a courtier's register. My brother, how is it with you? How is it with your household? With your wives? With your horses? With your chariots? How is the land of my brother? The first time I read a collection of the Amarna letters, I was maybe 23. A desk near a window in February. Snow lit up by the reading lamp. I remember the thing that surprised me most wasn't the politics, it was the handwriting. A man whose voice I couldn't hear had sat in a room just like the room I was reading in. He had pressed a reed into damp clay. He had written the same 3 words I have written in 1,000 messages in my own life. I am worried. He put it under all the formalities. But it was there. Here's what I keep coming back to about the Amarna letters. The language of brother only works if the world has enough slack in it to sustain courtesy. The network of brother kings is a luxury, in a certain sense. It is the product of having enough food, enough ships, enough copper to go around that kings can afford to write politely to each other about dowries. When the slack goes, the letters stop. Abi Milku's grandchildren didn't write letters. There was nobody to write to, and Egypt, a century later, was barely answering its own mail. If you've ever stopped answering texts because the week got hard, nothing personal, nothing dramatic, you just closed the app. You've brushed against what happens to a diplomatic network at the edge of collapse. The silence isn't rejection. The silence is a signal that the slack ran out. The harvests started thinning around 1250 B circa, not all at once. Droughts don't work that way. The bad years were sprinkled among the good years, and the grandmothers in each village remembered when it had been worse, and the grandmothers were usually right. A bad year in the 13th century BC looked a lot like a bad year in the 10th century BC. It was the pattern that was strange, not the single example. We know this because of tree rings. A team led by David Kaniewski at the University of Toulouse published a key study in 2013. It ran in the journal PLOS I. The paper correlated tree ring suppression in Anatolian cedar cores with pollen core evidence from coastal Syria. The trees narrowed. The pollen record showed a steep drop in olive and grape. In some sites, the drop was severe enough to suggest farm abandonment. This is the 4.2 kiloyear event, a climate pattern visible across the eastern Mediterranean in roughly the same century. Not a single catastrophic drought, a long, grinding, multi-decade drying out of the land. Consider the scribe at Pylos trying to keep the palace stores in order. The ration for a temple attendant is listed as so many measures of barley per month. In a thin year, those measures are smaller. The scribe doesn't write drought on the tablet, he writes the new number. The priests notice, the attendants notice. The palace has to decide whether to cut rations again next month, or dip into the grain reserves meant for the army, or levy more from the villages. Each decision is a small breath that deepens the debt. Eric Klein is an archaeologist at George Washington University. His book 1177 B circa, The Year Civilization Collapsed, is probably the single best synthesis of this whole period. Klein argues that the late Bronze Age didn't fall from one disaster. It fell from a compounding sequence. Drought stressed the food supply. The food supply stressed the trade networks. The trade networks stressed the defense of cities. The defense stressed the political legitimacy of kings who couldn't deliver what they had always delivered. Klein calls it the perfect storm. Each factor on its own was survivable. The combination was not. Here's the number that haunts this period. 50 major cities destroyed within 50 years. Not 50 cities over 5 centuries. 50 in one human lifetime. Climate scientists modeling the drought sequences say the climate data alone cannot produce synchronized failure at that scale. Political scientists modeling palace state fragility say internal pressures alone cannot account for it either. Whatever happened between 1201 and 150 BC has no parallel in any other period of recorded history. Not before, not since. Here's the detail that gets me. The farmers in these villages had been surviving thin years for 1,000 years before this. The skills for thin year survival were not new. Every household knew how to stretch the barley, how to eat last year's pickled olives when this year's didn't come, how to sell the youngest lamb first so the ewes made it to spring. What the late Bronze Age communities did not have skills for was political. No household in the Eastern Mediterranean had skills for what happens when the palace that takes a percentage of your harvest stops sending soldiers to protect you in return. The skills were for weather. The problem was political. You already know part of this. If you have ever watched a community you love come under pressure that keeps compounding year after year without a single catastrophic event, you have watched a thing very close to this. A thing very close to what was happening in Western Anatolia between roughly 1250 and 1200 B circa a neighborhood. A workplace, a family, nothing cracks. The trust is thinning, the tree rings tighten, the pollen falls off. In the coastal villages, the shepherds begin moving flocks inland, where there is more water. The palace storerooms at Pylos are still stocked, but the scribes' counts are smaller. Opatros, keeping watch on the sea. The word is new. Here is one of the honest things about this period. Nobody is completely sure who the sea peoples were. We know the name because the Egyptians wrote it down. The peoples of the sea, on the temple walls of Medinet Habu, in the reliefs commemorating the reign of Ramesses III. We have their portraits, feathered headdresses on some, horned helmets on others, kilts on some, beards on others. They don't look like one people, they look like what they probably were, a coalition. Refugees, raiders, and displaced populations moving together across the eastern Mediterranean because they could not stay where they had been. The Egyptian records name 9 groups in the collective Sea Peoples category, though not all 9 show up in every list. The Peliset, the Jeker, the Shekelesh, the Denyen, the Waishesh. Other names are partial, or disputed, or possibly duplicates under different scribes. Modern scholars have tentatively identified some with places in the Aegean, some with Anatolia, some with southern Italy. None of the identifications are settled. The evidence is, to put it gently, fragmentary. Here's what gets me though. The Peliset, in the Egyptian records, are the people who eventually settle along the southern Levantine coast and give their name to Philistia, the Philistines of the Hebrew Bible. That is one of the most direct identifications we have. The Sea Peoples who seem from a distance, like a faceless wave of destruction, are also the ancestors of populations we meet later in recorded history, raising sheep and fighting David's armies and trading in olive oil. They had grandchildren, they had names. Their descendants went on to write their own histories eventually. The Dutch archaeologist Ugarit Kelder has argued that the Sea Peoples weren't a single invading force so much as a tide. Groups that had been displaced by something happening further up the supply chain. Maybe the Mycenaean palace collapse in the Aegean pushed people east. Maybe the Anatolian drought pushed people south. Maybe all of it in compounding waves. Picture a ship of 8 families, their farms abandoned behind them, their possessions on their backs. It joins a ship of 6 families from the next valley over. The 2 ships join a loose raiding party that came to offer protection. Now they are 60 people on 5 ships, looking for anywhere that still has grain. Multiply that by 20 years. I promised earlier I'd tell you who the Sea Peoples probably were, when the evidence actually told us. This is the honest answer. They were the same kind of people as you and me, caught in a system that was coming apart, doing the things people do when they cannot stay. Some of them raided. Some of them settled. Some of them dissolved into whatever town took them in. The word Sea Peoples flattens all of that into a single faceless wave. But they weren't a wave. They were the evidence that the wave was already here, dissolving the neighbors who had no more room to take them. Imagine the room in a coastal village in roughly 190 B, circa the ships appear at dawn. There are 20 of them, small, shallow draft. The men on the beach have been expecting this for 2 seasons. The palace at the far end of the plain has not sent reinforcements because the palace has other problems. The fight is short. The aftermath is the part no one writes down. Whoever fired the first arrow isn't in any record. Whoever recorded the fall wasn't concerned with assigning blame. The Egyptian reliefs at Medinet Habu show the Sea Peoples defeated. They show the pharaoh victorious. They don't show the villages on the coast that were already gone before the Egyptians ever met them. We come back to Aplu now, or to the scribe we're calling Aplu. The name is borrowed. The tablet is real. It's catalogued as RS 2018 from the Tel at Ras Shamra, the Arabic name of the archaeological mound that covers ancient Ugarit on the Syrian coast. The French archaeologist Marguerite Yon directed the Ras Shamra excavations through the 1970s and 1980s. In her book, The City of Ugarit at Tel Ras Shamra, she described the tablet as found still in the kiln. The kiln itself was part of the archive building. The archive building burned. The tablet inside the kiln was, paradoxically, fired to a high enough temperature by the burning of the building above it that it survived 3,000 years. You are reading its contents in translation right now because the building that was supposed to preserve it killed the people inside and then preserved it anyway. The letter reads, "My father, the ships of the enemy are here. They have set fire to my cities and done evil things in my country. Does my father not know that all my troops are in the land of the Hatti and all my ships are in the land of Lucca? My country has been abandoned. May my father know it, the 7 ships of the enemy that approached have done harm to us. The king of Ugarit's troops were elsewhere, his ships were elsewhere. His city had no more than a harbor guard when the attackers landed. 7 ships of enemies. That's all it took. I've never been to Ras Shamra in person, but I have spent long evenings looking at the excavation photographs, and I've read most of what Jan wrote, and what I keep coming back to is the sequence. The tablet was written. The tablet was placed in the kiln. The kiln was banked for the evening firing. And then the city burned around it. Whoever had pressed those lines into damp clay was probably dead within a week. Stay with me in this room for a second. The archive building in Ugarit was a specific place. It had a second story. It had cedar beams. The kiln was inset into the wall of the ground floor, where the tablets would be baked overnight once the fire was shut. The light in that room was the steady amber glow of olive oil lamps. At night, from outside, the windows would have shone as a soft glow under the eaves. The room was the quietest room in the palace complex. It was the most durable room. A scribe who worked the late shift there was, in a specific sense, one of the safest people in the city. Enclosed in stone, insulated from the sound of the harbor, close to the one permanently warm object in the building. And then the enemy landed. Ugarit fell in the early 12th century B. Circa the ash layer in the archaeological record is several inches thick. The city was never rebuilt. The site was occupied only sporadically afterward. No one founded a city on that spot for more than 2,000 years. The tablets survived. The archive building collapsed on top of the kiln, and the kiln kept firing even after it was buried. And 3,000 years later, we pulled the last letter out of the debris. I'll break frame for a moment, if you'll allow it. I wake at 2 in the morning more nights than I don't. I've spent a lot of those hours reading about the fall of Ugarit. Not because I'm morbid, because there's something almost tender about the survival of that tablet. The city died, the letter lived. The thing that burned the city baked the letter into permanence. The scribe who wrote it had no idea he was writing to us. He thought he was writing to Alashia. He was asking for ships that never came. He was doing the professional thing, in a hopeless situation, and the professional thing is what survived. The kiln is quiet now. The stones are cool. The letter is in a museum. The Hittite collapse is the quietest one. There's almost nothing dramatic about it in the record. The archives at Hattusha, the Hittite capital in central Anatolia, simply stop, sometime around 190 B, circa no panicked letter. No ash layer that suggests one final battle. The king's name in the archive texts is Sapililima II, and then the archive is done. Later excavators would find the city eerily intact. Roads laid, wells still functional, storehouses that had been carefully emptied before abandonment rather than burned. The Hittites, unlike Ugarit, seem to have had time to pack. And then where did they go? Here's the honest answer. Nobody knows. Small Hittite successor states, Neo-Hittite kingdoms in the scholar's phrase, show up in southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria over the next couple of centuries. Their rulers carry Hittite names. Their inscriptions use a script related to what the Hittites had been using, but the population of Hattusha itself, a city that had held tens of thousands of people at its height, doesn't appear anywhere in a coherent way. They dispersed. They migrated south. They were absorbed. They died of hunger. All of these things are possible. Most are probably true in different proportions. Trevor Bryce, an Australian Hittitologist whose Kingdom of the Hittites is the standard English-language history of the empire, has argued that the collapse of Hattusha looks like the failure of a grain supply chain. The Hittite capital is high in the interior plateau, far from any coast that could supply it quickly. Its food came from a complex arrangement of imports. From Syria, from Egypt, from the Black Sea coast. When the coastal cities burned, the grain ships stopped. The inland cities, which had been living on a just-in-time supply for a century, ran out of room for patience. The king moved the court kept moving. The city was left to its own people. Its own people left the Sphinx Gate, the Lion Gate, the sanctuary at Yazalikaya, cut directly into living rock, with a procession of gods carved into the stone walls. all of it was still standing. Most of it is still standing. The wind went through the empty streets, and nobody wrote that down. Think about a workplace you once left when it was failing. Not dramatically, not in a single bad week, in a long drift. Remember the last morning when you walked through the empty corridors and noticed how ordinary everything still looked. The desks were still at the desks. The coffee maker still worked. The decision to leave was final, but the building didn't know. That's what Hattusha looked like for a while, to whoever came back to it 20 years later. Intact, but without human warmth. A city in which the machines were all still functional, and the people were simply gone. The drift phase of a collapse is the part nobody writes down, because there is no crisis, and therefore no one has a job to report on. The Hittites drifted. Their dispersal took generations. A Hittite village in 150 BC might have known it was Hittite. A great-grandchild in 150 BC might not have had the word anymore. The Neo-Hittite kings, 2 centuries later, would write inscriptions in a script their ancestors had used for centuries. But they weren't ruling the Hittite Empire. They were ruling what remained. Here is what the record shows. The city of Hattusha, once the capital of one of the 3 great powers of the Late Bronze Age, was essentially empty by the early 12th century B. Circa. It would not be called a city again by anyone. Ever. The wind in the upper city is patient. The stones are patient. The gate with the lions is patient. 3,000 years is not a long time for stone. Mycenaean is the strangest of the collapses because it does not look like an invasion. The Mycenaean palaces, Pylos, Thebes, Mycenae, Tiryns, Knossos on Crete, burned between roughly 1,200 and 150 B circa each one of them. But the archaeological evidence keeps not showing what we would expect from a foreign army. The walls of most of them are intact. The storerooms were often found partially full, which is strange. A besieging army would have looted them. The palace at Pylos burned with its linear B tablets still on the shelves. The Great Hall at Tiryns caught fire and was never rebuilt, but the walls are still standing. Later Greeks called them Cyclopean. They claimed only the Cyclopes could have moved stones of that weight. Hold on to that. The engineering knowledge that raised those stones disappeared with the palaces and did not return in the same form. A capability that took 1,000 years to develop was simply gone within a generation. The people who came after stood at Mycenaean and concluded that only giants could have built it. Because no human they knew could have, they were closer to the truth than they meant to be. The pattern looks, more than anything else, like each palace failed from the inside. There are several candidate mechanisms. Earthquakes, certainly. The Peloponnese is seismically active, and multiple palaces show earthquake damage in the destruction layers. Internal rebellion, possibly. A palace economy in a thin year, trying to extract increasingly desperate rations from its own villages, might have provoked the villages into refusing. Civil war between palace factions, possibly. The withdrawal of the people who had made the palace work. They simply left the fields and took their families to the hills when it became clear the palace could no longer protect them. Here is what I find strange about the Mycenaean collapse. The farmers and shepherds did not disappear. We can trace them in the archaeological record for centuries afterward, in smaller settlements, in smaller houses, organized in smaller communities. What disappeared was the palace as a form, the scribes, the specialized administrative class, the kiln operators who fired the fine pottery of the palace style, the weavers who made the dyed cloth that went into palace tribute. All of that specialized labor dissolved because the palace that had employed it was gone and nobody else had the wealth to maintain it. You might know the feeling. A layoff that takes an entire department of people you knew well. They scatter into jobs that don't quite fit, none of them able to keep doing the thing they had become specialists in. Multiply that across a whole society. It's possible, to my mind, that the Mycenaeans fell partly because the villages around them decided to stop feeding the palace. The palace was built on a bargain. The villages delivered grain and wool and labor. The palace, in return, delivered protection, redistribution, and the ceremonial legitimacy that bound communities together. When the palace couldn't deliver, in a drought, with the trade networks failing, with the coast under pressure, the bargain stopped being a bargain. In some villages, it might have taken a generation for the shift to be visible. In others, it might have been a single refusal by a single headman in a single bad spring. Homer, 4 centuries later, would remember the Mycenaean kings as godlike heroes, aristocrats with gold masks and chariots. He would not remember the scribe at Pylos counting out measures of perfumed oil. That part of the world was already gone. The gold survived in a few graves and in the stories. The paperwork survived because it burned before it could be swept away. The Lion Gate at Mycenae is patient. It has watched the fields below it be farmed, then abandoned, then farmed again, then abandoned, through most of 3 millennia. It is still watching. Egypt survived. That is the thing that has to be said first. But the way it survived changed it, in the 8th year of the reign of Ramesses III. Rowley, 177 BC, the date Eric Klein uses for the symbolic turning point of the collapse. A coalition of sea peoples arrived in force at the Nile Delta. The Egyptian navy met them. There was a land battle at the border and a sea battle in one of the delta's eastern mouths. The pharaoh's forces won. He ordered the battle recorded on the walls of his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, on the west bank of the Nile across from Thebes, where the inscriptions still exist. They are unusually detailed. Ramesses knew, I think, that this was the defining event of his reign. The register of the inscription is confident. As for those who reached my frontier, their seed is not. Their heart and their soul are finished forever and ever. But Egypt after Ramesses III is not the same Egypt that Ramesses II. His predecessor's predecessor, a century earlier, had ruled. The copper supply thinned, the temples cut their expenditure. Within a generation of Ramesses III's death, the Egyptian workers at the royal tomb village of Deir el-Medina staged the first recorded labor strike in history. In roughly 1170 B, circa, their wages of grain had not been paid on time. The papyrus that records the strike has survived. The foreman's name is Amenoctet. He writes, with an edge of tiredness, that the grain they had been promised for the first month of the new season had still not come. Egypt was the survivor of the collapse, and it survived by shrinking. The empire in Canaan was lost within 50 years. The southern frontier pulled back. The great building programs of the New Kingdom pharaohs wound down. Later reigns built smaller monuments with reused stones. By 170 BC, the unified kingdom itself fractured into 2. A northern administration at Tanis and a southern religious state at Thebes, and the country would not be fully reunified under a single native dynasty for several centuries. Think about the household that survives the hard year by selling something it can't get back. The grandmother is still there. The children are still there. The house is still standing. But a set of tools is gone. A piece of silver that had been in the family for 3 generations has been traded for grain. The damage is real, and it is permanent, and it is also survivable. The household has survived in the sense that matters. It is still a household, and also it is now a different household than it was before the hard year. That was Egypt. That was the answer to the loop we opened in Chapter 5, the one about whether anyone could ride out a compounding crisis. Egypt rode it out. And Egypt paid for centuries in the form of a reduced self. The confident voice of the Medinet Habu inscriptions. Their seed is not became, in a century, a more careful voice. The kings that followed were less gods and more managers. The New Kingdom, as the Egyptologists call the period that included Ramesses III, ended not in a single catastrophe, but in a long breath out. The empire dissolved. The country, narrower and smaller, remained. We move now into the quieter part of the story. The palaces that didn't survive are behind us. The cities that burned have stopped smoking. The world has gone quiet. For the next 4 centuries, almost no one is going to write anything down at all. This is the chapter almost no one tells you about. From roughly 150 BC to roughly 750 BC, 400 years, more or less, depending on which region. The Eastern Mediterranean stopped writing. Linear B disappeared from Greece. Hittite cuneiform disappeared from Anatolia. Akkadian, which had been the diplomatic lingua franca of the whole region, shrank back to Mesopotamia. The Ugaritic alphabet was gone. The palace scribes who had carried the skill of cuneiform for generations, whose own grandfathers had learned it from their grandfathers, had no palace that needed them anymore. The skill died out, the way skills do when there's no paying demand, slowly in one generation, almost entirely in the next. Here's the strange part. 400 years is a long time. It is, for scale, roughly the distance between us and the founding of the Jamestown colony, or between us and Shakespeare's death. A child born in a Greek valley in 100 BC could grow up, have grandchildren, see great-grandchildren, and die without ever having encountered a person who could read. And that child's great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchild, 24 generations later, would still be illiterate. We call this period the Greek Dark Age, or the Ancient Near Eastern Dark Age, depending on the region. The word dark isn't a judgment. It's shorthand for the fact that we don't have written records from inside the period. We have to reconstruct what was happening from pollen cores, from the bones of people buried in that era, from the shape of houses and the size of villages. There is nothing else like this in the ancient record. The fall of Rome produced a contraction, not a silence. The Mongol conquests destroyed cities, but not literacy. The Black Death killed a third of Europe but left the writing systems intact. What happened to the Eastern Mediterranean around 150 BC is, by that measure, genuinely unprecedented, writing disappearing across multiple independent civilizations simultaneously for 4 centuries. Modern historians looking for a parallel have not found one, a name for our purposes. The shepherd is going to be called Danaus. He's imaginary, but the world he lives in is not. Danaus is about 40 years old, which is old for this era, and he lives in a valley about 60 miles from the place that used to be Pylos. He has never seen Pylos. Pylos has been rubble for 3 generations. His grandfather's grandfather might have heard stories from someone who had seen a palace intact. But the stories are vague by now. They are the way children talk about castles in a fairy tale. Not a real memory of a real place. Danaus does not have the word palace in his dialect. There is no one in his valley who has seen one. His flock is small. About 20 sheep, 3 goats. His house is one room with a packed earth floor and a thatch roof. The walls are built of stones that his great-grandfather's generation pulled from a ruin nearby. A ruin whose builders and purpose have been forgotten. The stones are excellent stones. They have been shaped with tools that no one in his valley has the skill to use anymore. The stones are, in a certain sense, the most sophisticated thing he owns. It is not, I want to stress, a miserable life. The valley is fertile enough. The winters are mild. Danaus's children are healthy. His wife keeps bees. Their neighbors, perhaps 6 households in the valley, share news and grain and mourning and marriage alike. They pray to small household gods whose names are different from the gods the palace had prayed to. They think of themselves as a people, but the name they use for themselves is local. Their valley's name or their river's name, not a name that would have appeared in any imperial document. Part of me wonders what it was like to be awake at 2 in the morning in Danaus's valley. There was no streetlight. There was no ambient electric hum. The night was perfectly dark, except for the moon. The night was perfectly quiet, except for the wind, the sheep, the distant call of an owl. Any household that woke at 2 would have known the whole shape of the local dark. This is not a valley where sleeplessness feels like an illness, the way it does for me now when I'm reading academic history at 3 a.m. in a room lit by a lamp I plug into a wall. In Danaus's valley at 2 in the morning, the waking is a room with its own weather, and the weather is familiar. The stones from the old ruin are patient. They will still be at the bottom of his wall 1,000 years from now, when a child in this same valley is learning her Phoenician letters by lamplight. The stones do not know that. The stones are not in a hurry. They were not in a hurry when the palace stood, and they are not in a hurry now. What Danaus's family actually ate in an average week. This is the chapter that nobody writes in the Bronze Age collapse videos, because there is no hero and no disaster. But this is what recovery actually meant for the 9 out of 10 people who lived through it. It meant barley mostly. Barley is hardy, drought-tolerant, and it will grow on thinner soil than wheat. The isotope evidence from human bones of the Greek Dark Age shows a shift in diet toward barley and away from wheat. The body of work has been growing since the early 2000s. Bioarchaeologists working on cemetery assemblages in Greece and Anatolia have contributed most of it. Less meat, fewer olives, fewer domesticated legumes, a post-palace diet. Barley in the form of flatbread, barley in the form of a rough porridge, barley fermented into a weak beer, barley flour mixed with wild greens collected in spring. On a good week, a piece of goat cheese and some dried fish from a neighbor who had traded up the coast. On a bad week, only the barley. It is worth pausing on what less meat means. A household with 20 sheep in 100 BC is not eating 20 sheep. It is taking the wool, the milk, the cheese, the small amount of yogurt a household can keep without refrigeration. It slaughters maybe one old ewe at the end of each autumn when the flock can't be fed through winter. The meat is dried and shared with the neighboring households. The bones go into soup. The skin is worked into leather, and the leather becomes a belt, and the belt is repaired for 20 years before it is finally replaced. The iron pin next to the bowl in the lamplight is, to my mind, the most interesting object in the room. Before the collapse, most metal tools in a village like this would have been bronze. A pin like that would have been hammered from an alloy of copper and tin, the tin having come across the sea from Afghanistan via Ugarit. A journey that had required an entire civilization to maintain. After the collapse, there was no Ugarit and no tin. But there was iron. Iron ore, the black kind, can be found in deposits across the eastern Mediterranean that the Bronze Age had mostly ignored because iron is harder to smelt than bronze. The furnaces get hotter. The labor is more specialized. You need charcoal in larger volumes. For 1,000 years, humans had known about iron and had mostly chosen not to use it, because bronze was easier. Now, with bronze no longer an option, they switched. We'll come back to the iron in the next chapter. For tonight, the pin is just a pin. Danaus's wife is using it to hold a cloak closed at the shoulder. It has replaced a bronze pin her own grandmother used. She does not think of it as a historical turning point. She thinks of it as a pin that works. If you've ever watched a household you know learn to live with less after a hard year, real less, not performative less, you have a sense of what Danaus's village felt like. The things you take out of storage aren't the same things you put away. The silver is sold. The wedding cup is gone. What remains is a plain bowl that is perfectly good for the barley that grew. The household is still a household. It is a different household than it was before the hard year. The grandmother remembers the silver. The grandchildren only remember the bowl. The bowl is not depressing. The bowl is just a bowl. It is made of good clay from the riverbank, and it holds the barley at the right temperature for long enough to eat slowly. The lamplight shows the slight unevenness of the rim where the potter's thumb pressed the clay while it was still wet. Here's the counterintuitive thing about the rise of iron. It was not a triumph. It was an adjustment. It was the world making do with what it had, because what it used to have was no longer possible. Jane Waldbaum is an archaeologist at Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Her book From Bronze to Iron is the standard English-language treatment of the metal transition. She has argued that iron use didn't rise after 200 BC because iron was better. Iron, early on, was worse. The first bloomery iron that came out of the eastern Mediterranean furnaces was inconsistent, lumpy, full of slag, softer in places than a good bronze sword. The The best iron weapons of the 12th century BC would have lost, on a flat test, to the best bronze weapons of the 13th. The rise of iron was not a technological victory. It was a forced substitution. What iron did have was local ore. Iron deposits are found across the eastern Mediterranean, in Anatolia, in Cyprus, in Greece, in the Levant. A village that could keep a bloomery furnace hot enough could make its own tools out of ore dug from a hillside a day's walk away. Hot enough means about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. That's harder than it sounds. It requires a constant bellows and a stable supply of charcoal. Bronze had required a trade network that spanned continents. Iron required a furnace, a bellows, a hammer, a determined smith, and a hillside. The economics of iron are the economics of local self-sufficiency. In the Greek Dark Age, small villages started smelting iron themselves in the late 11th and 10th centuries B. circa. The output was uneven, but it was theirs. Tool replacement became possible again. Plowshares could be recast when they broke. A plow with no replacement shares is just a shaped piece of wood. A settled farming economy needs to be able to replace its plows. Iron gave back that basic ability that the collapse had taken away. Here's the detail that gets me. The first iron tools in a village like Danaos's would have been made by a traveling smith, or by a local man who learned from a traveler. They worked on a furnace the community had built together. The skill was valued enough that a smith in an early iron village could generally expect a higher standard of living than his neighbors. But the product was not exotic. An iron axe, a scythe, a plowshare, a fire poker, a pin for a cloak. These were tools a household used daily. They were not traded across the sea. They did not appear in any court archive. Nobody wrote about them because there was nobody writing. You already know part of this. When a market collapses, the things that get rebuilt first aren't the luxurious things. They're the things you can make with what's left, the fancier stuff. The trade networks, the specialized labor, the long-distance contracts comes back later if it comes back at all. What comes back first is whatever you can build in your own village with your own hands out of whatever is within walking distance. This is the part of the story that gets called the Iron Age, but the label is misleading. The Iron Age is not a leap forward. The Iron Age is, at its beginning, a 4-century stretch in which a diminished population learned to live without the continental trade in tin. It is the slow rebuilding of what had been lost. Not in the form of the palace, which was never going to return. In the form of a village-scale economy that could feed itself through the winter. The bloomery furnace at night is a steady thing. The bellows are rhythmic. The smith's apprentice pumps in a pattern that is older than his grandfather. The iron glows, then cools, then glows again, under the hammer. The tool that comes out is a hoe. Tomorrow it will turn over a furrow in a field that hasn't been plowed since the palace fell. Homer is the way. The collapse gets remembered. There is a long debate in classical scholarship about who Homer was, or whether he was one person or a tradition of bards, or when the Iliad and the Odyssey were actually composed. The current consensus, roughly, is that the poems were composed somewhere between the late 9th and the early 7th century BC, after Greek had come back into written form using a version of the Phoenician alphabet. They were composed in an oral tradition first, and written down only later. The stories themselves draw on much older material, older songs, older heroes. That had been carried across the long silence by voice. This is the thing that gets me about the Iliad. It remembers a world that was gone by the time the oldest surviving manuscript was written. The Mycenaean palaces, the ones the Iliad celebrates as the seats of godlike warrior kings, had been rubble for 4 or 5 centuries when Homer, or the tradition that produced Homer, sang about them. The gold masks of Mycenae had been buried for 20 generations. The chariots had been rust by the time the song took its classical shape, and yet the song still worked. The song still carried the scale of wealth in the Iliad. The amount of bronze, the numbers of ships, the sizes of the armies, is a memory of the world before the collapse. The military technology, however, is a mix. Chariots used in a way the actual Bronze Age didn't quite use them. Iron weapons in contexts where the Mycenaeans would have used bronze, a confused blend of two ages layered on top of each other. Classical historians call this the heroic past problem. The Iliad remembers, but it remembers in the way a great-grandchild remembers an ancestor's house, partly from stories and partly from filling in the gaps with what is in front of her. Consider the Odyssey for a moment. The household at Ithaca that Odysseus returns to is not, to archaeologists, a Mycenaean palace. It is closer in scale to a rich Iron Age farmstead. It has servants, but not hundreds of them. It has sheep, but not thousands. It has rooms, but not the suite of storerooms and reception halls and specialized quarters that the actual palaces had. The poem is remembering a smaller, post-palace world and painting that world with the vocabulary of the older, grander one. A story told by firelight, carried for 4 centuries by memory alone. A story that survives the loss of writing itself. A story that is passed from an old singer to a young apprentice in the winter months, when the nights are long and the village is gathered around the hearth. The young singer's job is to hold the song in his memory. He has no other backup. If he forgets, the song is shorter by a verse. If he remembers, the song keeps its shape for one more generation. I keep coming back to that responsibility. There was no manuscript. There was no backup copy. There was only the singer's memory and a small audience of listeners who would recognize an error if he made one and correct him. The Homeric poems. The masterpieces of European literature, thousands of lines of complex meter were carried like that, across the dark, by voice, for something like 400 years. Until someone picked up a new alphabet and wrote them down. That is not triumph. That is patience. That is the human capacity to hold on to something important, even when the system that originally produced it has gone. A bard in a small village in 950 BC was doing, without knowing it, the work of preserving the memory of a civilization that had been dead for 200 years. The fire burns low. The song continues. The world that is being sung about has been gone so long that nobody in the room can quite picture it. But the song says the king's horses were many, the ships were many, the spear of Achilles was heavier than the spears of ordinary men. And the listeners nod because that's how kings were once, in the old time, before the quiet. She is 9. She lives in a town on the eastern coast of what used to be called the Levant, around 150 BC, in a village that will in time be called Byblos. Her name, in her mother's dialect, might have been a short form of a word meaning first daughter, or gift. We won't try to name her. We only know she existed because of what she was about to do. She is sitting at a wooden table in the corner of her father's workshop. The workshop is quiet at this hour just after dawn. Her father is a merchant. He trades copper and cedar between the coast and the inland settlements. He cannot read, neither can her mother. Neither can any adult in her household, or any of the men who bring cargo to her father's warehouse, or any of the neighbors. Writing in her village is a ghost skill. The grandparents have a vague memory of stories about people who could do it in the old time, before the quiet. But a man from Sidon came through the town last month, and he was a scribe. He had a small set of symbols he used, 22 of them roughly, arranged in a specific order. And he could write any word in her language using only those symbols. This is new. This is the thing that makes the return of writing possible. The old writing systems, the cuneiform of Ugarit, the linear B of Mycenaean, had required hundreds or thousands of signs, years of training, specialized schools. They were the writing systems of palaces. This new one has 22 letters, and it can be taught in a season. Her father has paid the scribe to teach her the letters. He does not know why exactly. He might have said, if asked, that it could be useful for business. He might have said it was a whim. But the truth is probably closer to this. He could tell the world was changing. The skill of reading and writing was coming back after a long absence. His daughter would live a longer life than he would. This skill might help her. The letters she is copying are unfamiliar. An aleph that looks like a sideways ox's head. A beth that looks like a small house. A gimel shaped like a throwing stick. The shapes have come from Proto-Sinaitic, the script used by the Semitic-speaking workers in the Egyptian turquoise mines of the 15th century B circa by the time the Phoenician alphabet reaches her wax tablet. It has already traveled through the hands of workers, traders, sailors, and children for several centuries. She does not know that history. She knows the aleph, the beth, the gimel. What she is doing in this small room is the quiet opposite of what Aplu was doing in the last hour of Ugarit 400 years earlier. He was pressing cuneiform into wet clay with a stylus, writing a letter about enemies at the coast, in a language only the trained palace scribes could read. She is drawing 22 new letters on papyrus with a reed pen, writing the sound of her own name in a script that any child in her village could learn in half a year. His writing system was a closed garden tended by the palace. Hers is a seed that is going to spread across the entire Mediterranean basin and become, through Greek and Latin, the writing system you are using to read the transcript of this video tonight. She does not know that. She is 9. She is drawing a letter. The oil lamp beside her is steady because the morning is still. Her mother calls her from the other room, and she does not hear because she is concentrating. 400 years of silence end, quietly in a child's hand. Rest now. The long silence is over. It ended not in a city, not in a palace, not in a war. It ended in a wooden workshop on the coast of the Levant, at dawn, with a 9-year-old pressing the shape of an ox's head onto a scrap of papyrus. The world that didn't come back wasn't supposed to come back. What came instead is the world we live in. The letters that the child is copying became the letters of Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Latin. They became the words of the Iliad when someone finally wrote them down. They became, in the fullness of time, the letters of your bedroom clock, the letters of the sign on your door, the letters in the books beside your bed. The long silence is what made the new alphabet possible. The palaces had been too powerful. They had kept writing behind their walls. When the palaces went, the skill had to become something smaller, portable, local, something that could be taught to a child by a traveling scribe in a season. The next writing system was built small because the old system had been built big, and the big one had died. We got the world we got because of the quiet that came before it. I want to tell you something before we finish. I've been awake a lot of nights researching this video. 2 in the morning mostly, reading about Ugarit, about the tree rings and Anatolian cedar, about a scribe named Aplu who never existed by that name, but whose tablet is in a museum. And the part that I keep coming back to, the part that surprises me every time, is that the long silence was not empty. It was full of Danaus and his sheep and his great-great-grandchildren and a girl at a workshop by a morning lamp. It was full of iron slowly learning to do what bronze had done. It was full of Homer, in the form of many bards in many villages, holding the song of a vanished world in their memory because someone had to. It was full of a world that didn't come back, and of the world that was quietly being built in the space where the old one had been. If you're still here with me tonight, if the long silence has carried you this far, rest. The stones from the old palaces are still in Danaus's wall. The tablet Aplu never finished is in a museum. The scribe's daughter has finished her alphabet lesson and gone to help her mother grind barley for the morning bread. There is nothing more to be done tonight. The question that brought you to this voice at this hour can wait until morning. The lamp is low. The harbor is quiet. The stones are patient. The stones have been patient for 3,000 years, and they are in no hurry. Rest now.